right, good job. All right, here we go. We got some recognitions to go through, then we get you guys back in the barn. 10-year members, please, Miss Happel, Mr. Henderson, and Miss Shively, please join us up here as well. Okay. So we have 4 10-year 4-H members, okay? So we have Miss Madison Shively. She's a 10-year 4-H member, and we'll get to her next recognition right after this. Yeah, give Madison a hand. Kate Henderson, another 10-year 4-H member. Kate, give Kate a hand. Miss Lauren Happel, also a 10-year 4-H member. And last but not least, Miss Abby Holloway is a 10-year 4-H member and an 8-year sheep exhibitor. So with that being said, she gets the nice, beautiful chair. Go ahead and sit down. Her parents, Sharon and Daryl Holloway, you guys can get on either side. Let's bring one of you over here. Kate, yeah, one of the girls come over here. One of the girls needs to stay over there to help Kate look better. There you go. Let's give it up again for our 10-year. Abby, you stay in the chair for a minute. All right, so on behalf of the Hamilton County sheep producers, which is cooking a lot of food and hopefully selling a lot of food today, we are donating, or we have a scholarship every year. So we have a scholarship for anybody that's a 10-year 4-H member, and I think it's 8 or up of years in the 4-H or in the sheep project. Sorry. And Abby was the only one in the barn that fit that category this year, but she did still meet the mandate, which they have to send me some kind of outline of their 4-H career, what 4-H means to them, and how 4-H is going to help them in the future. And Abby did that. I should have brought it. It's actually on my phone. I could read it, but we won't do that. So on behalf of the Hamilton County sheep producers, we are giving this year's scholarship a $1,000 check to Abby Holloway. Congratulations. That's awesome. We appreciate you guys. Okay, you guys can brush on. You can take your chair with you. That is your chair. Now we have a mess of first-year members, first-year sheep project members. So you three, come on back out. And then let's get Caleb. Well, if you're a first-year sheep member, come on out. And then I'll call your name. Maybe scoot back just a little bit so our photographer can get a little better. We got a bunch this year. Bunch in. She's saying bunch in. Kind of bunch in. Littler guys out in the front. There we go. Bigger kids bunch in. Awesome. Thank you, ladies. That's awesome. All right. There you go. We're going to get a picture here of these first-year kiddos. How are you? Okay. So I'm going to read off your name. So when I read off your name, you're going to come out here in line, okay? And then these knights, queens, and court are going to give you your first-year halter. So for you, 10-year first year, you know, that's if you want the halter, you can keep it, or you can find somebody to give it to. That's fine. It's your halter. But anyway, here we go. Caleb Day. Ralston Macy. Marley Roberts. Colton Schmatz. Lucy Smith. Royce Boyer. Lauren Happel. If you kiddos want, you could go like walk this way and just grab your halter. We can save some steps for the queens. Where am I at? Lauren Apple. Kate Henderson. Madison Shively. Ainsley Galvin. Jacob Blunt. My microphone disappeared. You still hear me? Landon Blunt. McKinley Stahlbaum. And McKenna Fleek. All right, that's a great group of kids. Hopefully you guys stay with us in the future, and good luck today. All right, so you can come back over here again. Oh yeah, we got one other. We got a little girl that's got a birthday every year on. Can you hear me? All right. How about now? How about now? Can you hear me now? All right. Need some mic help, it looks like. Who would believe that? Mic help on show day. So this is Faith Lehman. We're going to sing her happy birthday every year at the fair. She has a birthday. It happens to be on Sheep Show Day today. So happy birthday, Faith. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, I don't see anybody working on the volume over there, so I'm going to talk louder. All right, here we go. We have some awards that we're going to give out, some memorial awards. Those awards are... Oh, there we go. I was already starting to lose my voice. For the Grand Champion Breeding Ewe. So here's the laundry list. You'll get the Morris and Wilma Peterson Memorial Award, which is $100, and that's sponsored by Carson Club Lambs. You'll also get a belt buckle from Macy Cattle Company. That was the Grand Champion Breeding Ewe Morris and Wilma Peterson Memorial Awards. The Jim Flanders Memorial Award will be given to the Grand Champion Market Lamb. That award consists of, again, $100 from Carson Club Lambs. And again, a belt buckle from Macy Cattle Company. So thank you to them. Some other awards, the Senior Showman, Grand Champion Senior Showman gets 2 belt buckles. So you get a belt buckle from Macy Cattle Company, and you get a belt buckle from Scheller Family Foods. The Intermediate Showmanship Champion also gets a belt buckle from Macy Cattle Company, Scheller Family Foods, and the beginners. Oh, the beginners. Beginners will also get 2 belt buckles, one from Macy Cattle Company. That's the beginner showmanship winner. One from Macy Cattle Company, one from Scheller Family Foods. So we appreciate all those sponsors. Back to Hamilton County Sheep Producers. So the Hamilton County Sheep Producers sponsors a lot here at the fair for the Sheep Project. If you notice the black gates, which we have 2 of them in here, 1 on each corner, and there's another 200 plus in the barn. The Hamilton County Sheep Producers spent $25,000 this past winter repainting the sheep gates. So thanks to all you guys buying corn on the cob, lamb burgers, and lamb kebabs. Let's give it up. They look great, so if you haven't been there to see them, go check them out. That was sponsored by Hamilton County Sheep Producers. They also sponsor the scholarship we've given away and the first-year halters. So I think that's all I have. We're going to go 5 minutes, 10. We're going to start senior halter at 10:20. This is your first call, senior halter, 10:20. Let's go. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I forgot one thing. I should do this first. Hey, we're going to pray. So everybody join me. We're going to pray, and we'll get this show started off right. Here we go. Father God, just thank you for this day. Lord, thank you for this beautiful weather. Even though we've greatly enjoyed the rain on the past sheep show days, we much so more appreciate this clear, sunny day you've given us today. So thank you for that. Lord, I just ask that you be with us, that you watch over us, you help kids stay hydrated today, that you help us all to keep our cool, and realize, this is just something that we do to have fun, earn work ethic, and just have fun and meet other kids and just enjoy life, Lord. We just thank you for this opportunity to be here today. Watch over us, lead us and guide us. Your son's name I pray. Amen. Senior halter, 10:20. Let's go.
First call for senior halter showmanship. If you are participating in senior halter showmanship, please be making your way to the makeup arena. All seniors that are doing halter showmanship should be in the makeup arena. Abby Holloway, Maggie Morris, Lainey Mendenhall, Wyatt Rude, Laurel Hodges, and Karina Hodges should be in the makeup arena. All right, we're now going to be bringing in our senior halter showmanship class. Everyone in the intermediate halter showmanship class should be making their way to the makeup arena. Ainsley Galvin, Hadley Stoltz, Ruby Morris, McKinley Shelburne, Ainsley Mendenhall, William Hodges, and Melanie Kleinbell. You should be coming to the makeup arena for intermediate halter showmanship. Intermediate halter showmanship class should be in the makeup arena. Ainsley Galvin, Hadley Stoltz, Ruby Morris, McKinley Shelburne, Ainsley Mendenhall, William Hodges, and Melanie Kleinbell. Currently in the ring, we're showing our senior halter class.
Sure, a great opportunity, I guess, for me to be here and evaluate your show, and I guess an interesting way to start. I think, 6 outstanding individuals out here. I think they're all doing a great job. I think there's a pair of them that are maybe just a shot more advanced in terms of their getting their animal stuck and set, and I think the animal is calm, cool, and collected with them, taking nothing away from anybody else. I'll show you the pair that I like, but if we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
Your champion senior halter showmanship went to Lainey Mendenhall and the reserve champion Maggie Morris. Congratulations. Now coming in the ring is our intermediate halter class. In the makeup arena, please be bringing over our junior halter class, Harper Wiley, Ralston Macy, and Auburn Macy. Please come to the makeup arena for junior halter class. Immediately following our junior halter class, we will be starting our breeding ewe show, beginning with class number 1 and 2, Baby Doll South Downs.
Again, as I think we get down in this division, there's one that just surfaces to the top for me. I think it gets a little bit closer for reserve, but again, it just boils down to maybe animal hand coordination. I know the halter deal is tricky, and we can look at it many different ways. Some of them are just a shot easier to move around the ring. Other ones maybe not wanting to cooperate today. I'll show you the two that I like, but if we could, let's give them all a round of applause.
Your champion intermediate halter showmanship went to Ansley Mendenhall and reserve champion Ruby Morris. Congratulations. Now coming in the ring is our junior halter showmanship. In the makeup arena, we should have our classes 1 and 2 Baby Doll South Down Ewes. First, Frances Brennan and Frances Brennan. Coming to the makeup arena, first call is class number 3, Blackface Cross Ewe Lambs. Remington Smith with 29640, Lauren Happel with 29626, Luke Scheller with 29668, and Nola Rowland with 29753.
little more competitive trio. I think each and every one of them out here do something maybe just a shot better than the other one, and I think it gets considerably closer. Maybe from, I guess when I was looking at them from the other side of the ring, maybe changed my mind a bit and just how the animal wanted to perform, where the next set is put together, ones that are maybe cooperating ever so slightly. But once again, all three of them did a great job. If we could, let's give them a big round of applause. I'll find you a champion reserve.
We are now ready to begin our breeding ewe show, and our classes 1 and 2 baby doll Southdown ewes need to be in the makeup arena. We're looking for Francis Brennan with 0222260002 and Francis Brennan with 0183250003. And your champion for your junior halter showmanship went to Auburn Macy, and our reserve champion went to Ralston Macy. Congratulations. All right, we are now getting ready to begin our first class baby doll Southdown ewe, spring ewe lamb. I'm talking a lot just so we can test the mic in the barn, so please don't get upset with me right now, okay? Thank you. Class number 2, baby doll Southdown ewe lamb, should be in the makeup arena. Second call, black face, ewe lamb, should be in the makeup arena. First call, class 4, black face, ewe lambs with Lauren Happel, 29631. Cade Henderson, 29740. Curtis Graham, or Graham Curtis, 29664. And Caleb Lehman, 2624. And Landon Glunt, 26000. That's first call, class 4. Class 3 should be in the makeup arena.
Single entry, I guess, here as we start our baby doll division, but I think one that's interesting and ultra neat, super feminine up front, one that's shallow in terms of her chest, gets progressively deeper when you view that one from the side. Young lady gets that one out and goes extremely sound. We'll see her back in a minute. Congratulations. Again, single entry here in our yearling ewe division. Super stout, big body one, extra robust in terms of her rib cage. She's got some mass and some dimension down her top. Congratulations on another good single entry.
Now showing for our baby doll Southdown ewe champion.
Again, as we select our champion out here, I won't take too much time. Young lady brings us 2 sheep that are very, very nice, a bit different in their type and their kind. She selects the right one for me. That's the speed that I like. Congratulations.
The champion baby doll Southdown ewe lamb went to Francis Brennan with 0222260002. The reserve champion also exhibited by Francis Brennan with 0183-25003. Now showing in the ring is class number 3, Blackface Cross Ewe Lambs. In the makeup arena, we should have class 4, Blackface Cross Ewe Lambs. First call, Blackface Cross class number 5, Ewe Lambs with Wyatt Rude, 29650, Leo Klipsch, 29646, Colby Day, 29633, and Cooper Crowder with 29711. You should be starting to head to the makeup arena. Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're here for our Hamilton County Sheep Show 2026. We'd like to welcome our judge, Dustin Cruitt. He and his wife, Jenny, and Dalton and Jade are from Taylorville, Illinois. They raised 30 head of Hampshire Shrops, Dorset, Market, and Lamb and Ewes. Also manage 60 acres of the family-owned Columbia ewes. Dustin is employed by USDA and is a county executive director in Christian, Macon, and Saginaw counties. Dustin judges and from coast to coast and is looking forward to working with the youth at Hamilton County. Will I please welcome our judge today? We're glad he's here.
ultra competitive class to go ahead and start out with. And I think we got some contrasting types here on top. Just a more correctly balanced one for me is the young man's blue sheep that we start with. She's got some shape down her top. She's got some center body. She's got some turn. I'm not going to say she's as big at the top of her hip as that one is directly behind her. I think when we ask that one to go, one that puts and flexes extremely well, that one's shallow in terms of her chest, skinny in terms of her neck, and I think that's the added advantage. Without a doubt, the bigger bone one here in second, that one's extremely firm and fresh to the touch, like the hide quality of that one. When we put that one into motion, she wants to get just a much more rigid in terms of her top line. She wants to break a shot in terms of her loin to hip, but that one is skin quality is on point, extra well fit. I think an outstanding sheep to go ahead and get into second. From there, it gets a little closer in 3 and 4. I think some give and take. Super big bone one, super stout one that we go ahead and leave into 3. And an extra neat profiling one that we go ahead and conclude the class with. One that's just a shot greener in terms of her type and her kind, but outstanding quality in this sport. Some congratulations on a really neat class.
Congratulations, class number 3. Your winner was, first place went to Luke Scheller, second Lauren Happel, third was Nola Rowland, and fourth went to Remington Smith. We're now showing class number 4, Blackface Cross, ewe lambs. In the makeup arena, we should have class number 5, Blackface Cross ewe lambs. First call, class number 6, Blackface Cross yearling ewe lambs. Cole Ritter with 29703, Hallie Scheller with 29667, Cooper Crowder with 29713, and Maggie Morris with 29618.
super neat class, and I think these two on are very, very unique, a little bit different in terms of their type and their kind, but I think both are extremely high quality. Young lady brings us one that is good in terms of her chest, and I think when you get on top of that one, it's just a leanness and muscle texture and quality that separates them for me. That one's good neck, skinny in terms of her chest plate, one that's still got some shape opened up, and as you can see when that one moves around the ring, extra groovy on top, got some mass and some muscle. One I like a great deal. We get into second, and I think one that rivals that one. I think she's better in some areas. I think for me, she's one that is carrying just a shot more condition than what I ideally prefer. But that one is big, stout, robust, handles extremely good, high quality, is on point, and congratulations for that. Young man brings us 1 and 3. I like a great deal, and I like the way that one fits in with our class winner. I tried to move it up. I think in comparison to the one directly ahead of her, maybe one that's not quite as stout and as wide as that one is ahead of her. But I love the front end design. I love the femininity that one brings to the table. One that's extra groovy as well. Just needs a few more days on feet to balance that one up. The 1 and 4, I love the elevation that this one has, the daylight underneath. I think when we get that one off to the side, we just need to push that one's neck back ever so slightly, balance her up in the underside of her skeleton. But that's one that handles extremely good, extremely big bone and stout underneath. And we go ahead and conclude with the young man's ewe-lamb. Extra stout, big, bold, got some center body to her, but one I'd just like to free up in terms of a little bit of condition to get her up around those ahead of her. Congratulations.
Your class winners in class number 4. First place went to Lauren Happel. Second place, Landon Glunt. Third place, Cade Henderson. Fourth place, Graham Curtis. And fifth place, Caleb Lehman. Now exhibiting class number 5, Blackface Cross ewe lambs. Class number 6 should be in the makeup arena, and that's our Blackface yearling ewes. Please be coming to the makeup arena, class number 7, Columbia Fall ewe lamb, Eva Beckner with 1239. And also be bringing to the makeup arena class number 8, Corradale, yearling ewe, Lainey Mendenhall with 2504, and yearling ewe, Ansley Mendenhall with 2519. First call for classes 7 and 8.
I guess for me, a class that lines up a little simpler than the last one, and I think to say that, I think our class winner just goes ahead and overwhelms the class in terms of just shape to her top. She's one that's opened up. She's got the most center body of anything. She's short pasture, and she gets out and goes, and I think just a neat sheep to start. We wanted to get super critical. We can maybe just soften her up ever so slightly in terms of her flank, but I think just an ultra neat place to start. Sheep in second has those added class winning advantages. I think she's a notch better out of her neck and her shoulder junction. She won 2 that is, we could add just a shot more to her center flank, but I think that one's extremely neat. We just need to open that one up from side to side to compete with that one directly ahead of her. Then it gets awfully competitive in 3 and 4. I think the 1 and 3 for me just has a notch more shape and touch and tone down her top line. She's one that's a little bigger at the ground, and I think just a neat place to go into 3. Then the more Suffolk appearing ewe that slides into 4th, I think is really, really good in terms of her pattern. She's neat in terms of her length of body from flank to flank. She's square out of her hip. We just need to open her up a shot more to give them around those ahead of her. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class number 5 winners. First place went to Cooper Crowder. Second place, Leo Klipsch. Third place, Wyatt Rude. And fourth place went to Colby Day. We are now showing our class number 6 Blackface Yearling Ewes with class number 6 Blackface Yearling Ewes. Class number 7 and 8 Columbia Fall Ewe Lambs and Corridale Yearling Ewes should be in the makeup arena. First call, class number 9, Cotswold Spring Ewe Lambs, Ainsley Mendenhall with 2602, and Cotswold number 2660, Ainsley Mendenhall. Also be bringing, or first call for class number 10, Cotswold Yearling Ewes with Ainsley Mendenhall 2563 and Ainsley Mendenhall 2517. Hey, kids in the barn, please put your number that you received when you checked in your sheep on your back. Helps us up here at the table. If you don't have your number, come see us.
Super good class, and I think an extraordinary pair here on top. They're a little different in terms of their type and their kind. Our class winner is one that hits me extremely well in terms of just her symmetry up front. She gets progressive from forerib to flank. She's one that it's got some shape, but I think for the most part for me, she just simply handles a notch better, a notch fresher in terms of her touch and her tone, and combine that with the extra features that we bring to the table. That one's square in terms of her hip. She's big down low. If we could maybe just nitpick her ever so slightly, I'd maybe just like to make just a shot more of her up for me personally and just make her a shot bigger. I know as the game that we're playing now, it's easier to make them this way. But I think this one's elite looking from the side, super neat in terms of her head and neck carriage. I think that's the biggest added advantage that we have against the one in second. I think our class winner just props up and balances up a shot better from the side. And we get on this one in second, I think you get directly behind that one. That one's got a ton of shape from the backside of her shoulder. She too is big and bold in terms of her hip. I like the way this one gets out and goes maybe out of her hip. I think she's a shot longer hip than our class winner. I don't think she balances up quite as well from the side. High quality pair. Young lady brings us a blue one that I think is extremely neat on the top side of her skeleton. Big rack, big bold center body to her. She's not
Maggie Morris in fourth place to Cooper Crowder. We're now going to show for our champion Blackface Cross Breeding Ewe. As we select, or our judge selects our Blackface Cross Ewe champion, Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 should be in the makeup arena. 7, 8, 9, and 10 should be in the makeup arena.
Well, folks, as we get out here for champion, I sure am impressed with the set that they brought us, and I think there's an outstanding set and an outstanding 8. That being said, I took a little extra time going back and forth between a couple, but it was not for champion, it was for reserve. I think there's one that goes ahead and wins it running away for me today. I think for reserve it gets considerably close. If we could, let's put our hands together. I'll show you the ones that I like.
Your champion for your blackface cross went to the yearling ewe exhibited by Cole Ritter. The reserve champion was exhibited by Lauren Happel. Congratulations. We are now going to be showing our class number 7 Columbia Fall Ewe Lamb. Class 7 Columbia Fall Ewe Lamb. First call for our class number 11 Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb, Hallie Scheller, 2632. First call. Also first call for our class number 12 and class number 13 Dorset Slick Spring Ewe Lamb and Dorset Fitted Yearling Ewe Lamb, Caitlin Shackle and Caitlin Shackle.
Super neat class winner here to start. I realize we've only got one, but I think for this particular breed, one that's got a ton of center body, well fed, extremely well fit, I think you open that fleece up, I guess, for me, and one that looks very uniform from flank to flank. She's good in terms of her toes. She's good at the ground. I think congratulations, girls.
Your first place in Columbia Fall Ewe Lamb went to Eva Beckner. Now exhibiting class number 8 Corradale Yearling Ewe Lambs. I also should say our champion Columbia also went to Eva Beckner. In the makeup arena, we should have class number 9 and class number 10. Cotswold Spring Ewe Lambs and Cotswold Yearling Ewe Lambs. Giving the exhibitors another reminder, if you could please put your exhibit tag on your back that was given to you when you checked in, that would be very helpful.
Super neat pair of Corradale ewes. I think they're a little different in terms of their types and their kinds. Young lady to my right is going to go ahead and start off. That one's just a big centered, extra bold ewe. I think she's just a more correctly balanced one for me. She's one that has a ton of center body. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. You view that one at the ground. She's extra big in terms of her bone work. She's got some extra wool down there as well to kind of help that out. But I think as we view them from this angle, I think one that's just a notch softer in terms of her flank. She's a knot neater in terms of her look. Love the front end design of this one in second. I think as we progress into your state fair or down the team, maybe to fall, as we put a fetus in that one, maybe drop her flank ever so slightly, help her balance from the side. I think that one's extra elevated up front, extra skinny in terms of her neck. I think the future looks bright. Congratulations on a nice pair.
Now exhibiting in our ring is our class number 9 Cotswold Spring Ewe Lamb. Your class winner for your Corradale And champion was Lainey Mendenhall. Reserve champion was exhibited by Ansley Mendenhall. Class number 10, Cotswold Yearling Ewe Lambs should be in the makeup arena. Class number 11, 12, and 13, you should be headed to the makeup arena. Class number 11, 12, and 13, Dorset Advantage, Dorset Slick, and Dorset Fitted ewes should be in the makeup arena or headed there. First call, class number 14, Hampshire Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lambs. Jackson Ritter with 26070, Elizabeth Decker with 26110, and Caleb Lehman 26108. Class 14, first call. We will not be taking a break for lunch. We will have a short break after the Grand U Drive. Please go support our producer tent today. We do have lamb kebabs, we have lamb brats, and lamb burgers. And the sheep producers have done some really wonderful things for the kids here in the program. So I hope that you'll go over there and support them.
As we get into our Cotswolds, I think a neat group, and I think a pair of them that are just a little bit different in terms of their maturity levels at this point. I think the young lady to my right just has the one that's the more correctly balanced for me today. I like that one in terms of his foot and bone work today, and I think just overall handle quality. You get on that one that's just a notch more elite in terms of her look from the side today. We get on the side of that one that sure doesn't disappoint you. Open that fleece up. It's uniform from front to rear. I think just an ultra neat place to start. A little finer featured one here in 2, but I also think that as we progress that one down, that one's a notch more elevated in terms of her head, neck, and her shoulder. She's one that's skinnier up front, and I think as we continue to feed that one that will eventually pass our class winner in terms of size and just overall length of body. Just hope she balances up with that one when it gets to that point.
Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 10, Cotswold Yearling Ewes.
Having a little fun out here with these 2 young ladies. A little different level of, I guess, congeniality, I will, with these 2 sheep. But I think our class winner is one that just dominates this particular field in terms of just balance and what I'm looking for. Super big rib, bold sprung, and I think one that you get your hands on should get you excited. A lot of sheep there. One that when you open up that fleece looks extremely good. And taking nothing away from the one in second, I think she's got some class winning parts. She just doesn't balance up quite as well. She is a bigger bone version of that class winner, just not quite as neat from the side. Congratulations.
Your class number 9, your winner was Ansley Mendenhall with 2602, and reserve went to 2660. And then in your class number 10, we're now exhibiting for our Cotswold champion and reserve champion. The first place in class number 10 was 2563, and the second place was 2517. All of the Cotswold sheep today were exhibited by Ansley Mendenhall.
As we get out here for champion, I think it's kind of an open and closed case. I think it maybe gets a shot closer for reserve. For me today, young ladies, yearling you'll be champion. The spring ewe lamb will be reserved. Congrats. Good job, young lady.
The champion Cotswold went to 2563, the yearling ewe, and the reserve champion went to the spring ewe lamb 2602, all exhibited by Ansley Mendenhall. Now we're going to be showing our class number 11 Dorset Advantage spring ewe lamb. Class number 12 and 13 should be in the makeup arena. Class 14 should be headed to the makeup arena. First call, class 15, Hampshire Slick yearling ewe, Francis Brennan with 25040. Davy Scheller with 25053 and Faith Lehman with 25037. First call, class 15.
Single entry, but I think one that can take a little more heat. We get this one propped up. You can see a big old top laying in that one that's huge in terms of her center body and still maintains it from the side. That one's up in terms of her chest, soft in terms of her flanks. She's good on her feet and legs. When you get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. Extra stout and robust. Congratulations.
Your champion, first place in champion class 11, Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb, was exhibited by Hallie Scheller. Now coming in the ring is our class number 12, Dorset Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb.
Again, single entry in our Dorset division, but here's one that's extremely shallow in terms of her chest. She's up in terms of her head and her neck, and I like that about her a great deal. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. Young lady's done a great job in terms of her feet and leg care on that one. That one's presented to a T. Congratulations.
Your class winner in class 12 went to Caitlin Shakel. Now we're exhibiting our class number 13 Dorset Fitted yearling ewe.
As we get out here in our fitted division, young lady brings us a nice one, big sheep that's still balanced good underneath. She's one that's good in terms of her chest. I think when that one just stops and wants to pop there, she gives us a really good look from the outside in. That one's good in terms of her head and neck carriage. She's straight as a string down her top. She's square, short pasture, and I think an awfully nice one. Congratulations.
First place went to Caitlin Shakel with 2509. Now exhibiting our champion, Dorset Ewes.
was we get into a breed and show them together. I think a pair of them that you've just got to evaluate and to ask yourself how would they compete at the next level against their contemporaries. I think for me it's relatively elementary. Young ladies, fitted you will be champion, the slick you will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion is exhibited by Caitlin Shakel with your yearling ewe 2409, and reserve champion Dorset ewes was exhibited by Caitlin Shakel with 5,000. So we're now going to be in class number 14, our slick shorn Hampshire ewe lambs. Class 15 should be in the makeup arena. Class 16, first call horned Dorset yearling ewe exhibited by Caitlin Shakel with 2075.
Another good class, I think, lines up fairly handily for me. I think our class winner just checks every box in terms of muscle quality, texture, and I think still looks good up front. Maybe if we want to just nitpick that one ever so slightly, maybe just like to get her out and go a shot better there on the show side rear leg. But I think, as we get that one set, it's lights out and game over. I think from that point on, you got to make some decisions. I opted to use a little heavier muscled version in 2. I like the way that one comes out of the backside of her shoulder a shot better. She's rounder in terms of her center body. She's stouter at the ground, and I think she's one for me that's just a shot sounder as well. Love the extra femininity of that young lady sheep in 3. Love the way that one comes out of her shoulder. Just like to balance that one up ever so slightly. Like to change her down low, and we put that one into motion. But I think a high quality one bred to the right buck, we can do good things. Congratulations.
Class winner for class number 14 went to Jackson Ritter. Second place, Caleb Lehman. Third place was Elizabeth Decker. Now entering our ring is class number 15, yearling ewes, Hampshire yearling ewes. Class number 16 and 17 should be headed to the makeup arena. Class 17 is our Katahdin spring ewe lamb exhibited by Eva Beckner, 269245. And class 18 should also be coming to the makeup arena, Eva Beckner with 259170.
ultra competitive and I think three really good ewes. For me, our class winner is one that is so big in terms of her center body. She's so massive in terms of her look. I'll be the first one to admit she's a little heavier in her condition than what I prefer. But I think when you analyze that one and break it down and even taking some of that off of her, she's one that's extra big at the ground. She's stout in terms of her actual foot size, and she's got some added, fur down there as well. I think even with all that condition, she still balances up relatively good up front in terms of her chest. I think one that can look a shot sleeker without that. I think, it's a comparative thing for me. I think it's just a notch wider and more opened up. Our sheep in second is maybe more my speed, if you will. And I think that being said, if we could just combine the two in terms of condition, I think we get one that's actually really unique. This is one that I think as we continue to feed it, you've got a few weeks left. I think lean on the gas on that one when we come down to Indianapolis, and I think one that's going to give you an awfully good day. That one's close. She's not quite at 12 o'clock today. She handles extremely hard and firm to the touch. Love the front end design of that one. As we continue to feed that one, drop her flank down, she's going to be extremely neat. Congratulations. And nothing that you can slouch in that 1 and 3. I love the silhouette that one gives us. That one's probably as slick in terms of her shoulder as any. She's long from flank to flank. We just need to open that one up in comparison to those two ahead of her to compete. But I think today for me, she goes into 3, but I think an ultra high quality one. Congratulations.
Class 15 winner for Hampshire Yearling Ewe, first place Davy Scheller, second place Francis Brennan, third place Faith Lehman. We are now exhibiting for our champion Hampshire ewe. Classes 17 and 18 should be coming to the makeup arena. Katahdin Spring Ewe Lamb and Katahdin Fall Ewe Lamb. Class number 19, Lincoln Ewes, should be coming to the makeup arena. William Hodges, 78484. Stella Hartwick, 78486. Karina Hodges, 78493. Lincoln Ewe Lambs. First call, also class number 20, Lincoln's Yearling Ewe, Stella Hartwick.
I won't take a whole lot of time. I think we've talked about both of these just real recently. For me today, there's one that's just a shot neater in terms of her condition. She's neater in terms of her look. And when they're parked, I don't think it's close. Young man G-Lamb will be your champion. The Yearling Ewe will be reserved.
Champion Hampshire ewe went to Jackson Ritter with 26070, and your reserve champion went to Davy Scheller with 25053. Now entering the ring is our class number 16 Horned Dorset. Class 17 and 18 Katahdins should be in the makeup arena. Class 19 Lincolns should be headed to the makeup arena, and class 20 Lincoln should be headed to the makeup arena.
As we bring out our Horned Dorset one, it's just a single entry, but I think this one can take some heat. Not many Horned Dorsets in the world look like this one does from the side. That one's good in terms of her chest, progressively deeper from the side. And I think you get your hands on her one that sure doesn't disappoint you. She's bigger than most. She's squarer than most. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. I think a heater in this particular division.
Champion, first place in champion Horned Dorset is exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Now entering the ring is our Spring Ewe Katahdin, class number 17. Class number 19 and class number 20, our Lincoln ewes, should be making their way to the makeup arena.
another single entry, but I think for this particular breed, another one that's good in terms of her feet and her legs. She's good in terms of her symmetry down low. She's extra elevated up front, and I think just built like I like them. Congratulations on a nice one.
First place goes to Eva Beckner in class 17, class number 18, Katahdin, exhibiting now.
Another single entry in our yearling division, one that's just a notch bigger version of that last one. I love the way that one balances up from the side, one that gives us a look in terms of the top side of her skeleton. She handles with some mass and dimension. You get behind her, and I think for this breed, she's particularly wide. I think just an ultra neat one that's fluid and flexible in terms of her feet and her legs. Congratulations.
First place in class 18 goes to Eva Beckner, now exhibiting for our champion, Katahdin. Class 19, Lincoln Spring Ewe Lambs should be in the makeup arena. Class 20 should be there also. First call, class 20 and 21. Natural color ewes. Lainey Mendenhall with 2602 and Lainey Mendenhall with 2502 and Caitlin Shakel with 2460. First call, classes 21 and 22.
Again, as we come out here, we've got two single entry classes. I think they're a little different in terms of the look. We've got one that's big and up and out. I think the other one's got a shot more center body to it. In terms of her top line, I think it's competitively close. There's some advantages. I'd like the yearling ewe to win, the ewe lamb to be reserved. Congratulations.
Into the ring should be class number 19. Your Katahdin champion went to the fall ewe lamb exhibited by Eva Beckner, and the spring went to the reserve went to the spring ewe lamb exhibited by Eva Beckner. Now we're showing our class number 19 Lincoln Spring Ewe Lambs. Coming to the makeup arena should be classes 21 and 22. Natural colored ewe lambs and natural colored yearling ewes. First call, class number 23 Shetland, Ainsley Galvin with 29585 and Royce Boyer 29587. First call. First call, class 24, Laurel Hodges and Melanie Kleinbell.
really good class again, and I think just elementary, I guess, for me. A young lady brings us one that just is the EST sheep of the class, one that's good in terms of her fleece character, and on top of that, she's the most ready to go today. I think she's the most advanced in terms of her weight per day of age, and I think that's a good thing in this particular case. She's sound at the ground. She handles with the most mass, width, and dimension. She wins this going away. Young man cheap in second, I think just logically it's there for me. Big center body in that one. Maybe not quite 12 o'clock in terms of its condition, but I think that's the one that logically fits into second for me. And then we go ahead and conclude with probably the baby of the group, appears to be the youngest one, handles that way as well. But I think 3 sheep extra neat in terms of their feet and legs, sound at the ground. Congratulations.
First place went to Stella Hartwick with 78486. Second place, William Hodges, and third place, Karina Hodges. Now exhibiting class 20, Lincoln Yearling Ewes.
Again, single entry, but I think, but one that can take some heat. I think that one's just a notch bigger and more advanced than those that we've just seen ahead of her. One that's big at the ground. She's short in terms of her pasture, and when the young lady gets her set like that, she gives us a silhouette that we sure appreciate. One that's extra good up front. She's got some width and dimension down her top. Congratulations.
First place in class 20 went to Stella Hartwick. We're now exhibiting for our champion, Lincoln Ewe.
It won't take a whole lot of time. I know we got some sheep to judge yet today. I think it's pretty elementary for me. We've got one that's good build here in front. We've got a bigger version of her that's the same sheep in back. I think she's a shot more proven to me. That yearling ewe will be champion, your ewe lamb will be reserved. Congrats.
Your champion, Lincoln, went to the yearling ewe exhibited by Stella Hartwick, and the reserve champion, Lincoln, went to Stella Hartwick with 78486. Now exhibiting in our ring is class number 21, natural colored spring ewe lambs. Class 22 should be in the makeup arena. Classes 23 and 24 should also be making their way to the makeup arena. First call, class 25, Shropshire Fall ewe lamb, and class 26, Shropshire yearling ewe lamb. Faith Lehman with 25442 and Caitlin Shakel with 5378. First call.
Again, single entry in our fitted natural division, and love the front end design of this one that goes ahead and starts out. Love her at the ground. Again, short pasture, and she's good on her feet and legs. Wanted to get nitpicky, maybe just give her just a shot more center body, drop her down in her flank, but I think a high quality one. The future looks bright. Congratulations.
First place, natural colored ewe, went to Laney Mendenhall, class 21. Now exhibiting class 22, yearling ewes, natural colored.
competitive pair once again with some challenges, I guess, for me. I think as we judge that one from the hock up, our class winner wins in a smoke. That one's extremely balanced in terms of her head, neck, and chest. She gets progressively deeper. She's square in terms of her hip. I think a great attribute there. From that point down, we've just got to decide if she's big enough at the ground. We're going to call her acceptable today. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's short in terms of her posture. We'll call her good enough in terms of her foot and her bone and go ahead and make her win. I think the one in second's obviously the bigger footed one, on top of the fact that she's obviously got more leg wool. But I think as we evaluate that one up top, one that gets a little harder in terms of her flank, she's not quite as dynamic in terms of her front end design. Her head and neck want to push forward. Her chest wants to drop out of her ever so slightly. I think a competitive pair, if we can combine the two, we've got one that we get real happy with.
First place in Class 22 went to Caitlin Shackle. Second place was Lainey Mendenhall. We're now exhibiting for our champion natural colored ewe.
Again, ultra competitive division. I think there's some give and take amongst them. I think we can see from the outside their build is similar in terms of their front end design. One's got more center body. One's maybe a shot better in terms of her bone work. We've got to make a decision. For me today, the Yearling Ewes champion, the Fall Ewes Reserve. Congratulations.
Champion natural color ewe went to the yearling, exhibited by Caitlin Shackle. The reserve champion went to the spring ewe, exhibited by Lainey Mendenhall. We are now going to be exhibiting class number 23 Shetland spring ewe lambs. Class 25 and 26 Shropshire ewes should be making their way to the makeup arena. First call, Southdown spring ewe lambs.
Nice class of Shetlands. I think just the most correctly balanced. And for me, the sounder leg one is Lady Sheep to my right. We'll go ahead and start with that one. One that is level down her top. You open that fleece up, it sure doesn't disappoint you. Really like the added body excuse me, that the one in second brings to the table. I think as we evaluate the two against each other, that one wants to get just a shot turned in terms of his hind leg. Maybe not quite as up and out in terms of his front end design, but I think an outstanding job. Congratulations on a high quality pair.
First place exhibited by Ainsley Galvin. Second place, Royce Breuer. Now exhibiting class number 24, Shetland yearling ewes. Calling now for class number 27, Southdown spring ewe lambs. John Crowder with 26110. Davy Scheller with 26002. Harper Macy with 2602, Bryn Ritter with 2621, Francis Brennan with E077BC, and Ainsley Mendenhall 2612, class number 27, first call, start heading this way. Making an announcement, we'll have a 15-minute break after the Grand U drive, just a short 15-minute break after the Grand U drive. We will not be breaking for lunch.
Ultra competitive class once again, a super big bodied one to go ahead and win this yearling division. I think one that is just a notch more correctly balanced out of the front side of its head and neck, one that handles with more just total center body. Taking nothing away from the one in second. I think that one, as we view that one from the side, has some center, maybe just not quite the mass and dimension that we have in that one directly ahead of them.
Exhibiting for our Shetland U champion. First place in class number 24 went to Laurel Hodges, and second place went to Melanie Kleinbell.
Ultra competitive four out here, and I think our numbers are small, but the quality's high. I think it's kind of take your preference and what you want. I think for me, we find the one that's soundest at the ground and handles with some just structure. Young lady, ULAM will be your champion. The yearling U will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Shetland went to Ainsley Galvin, and reserve champion went to Laurel Hodges. We're now exhibiting class number 25, Shropshire Fall U Lamb. Class number 26 should be in the makeup arena, as should class 27. First call, Southdown Yearling U, class 28. Harper Macy, 2106. John Crowder, 25024. Francis Brennan, E064BC. Madison Shively with 25070, and Francis Brennan with 2522. First call, class 28, Southdown Yearling U.
Single entry in our Shropshire Fall division, but I think one that you can get excited about, one that's got some shape. She gets this one stuck, and I think that one runs the right way. One that's extra powerful in terms of her rib cage. She's big and stout in terms of her feet and her legs. She's big-ended. She's extra square in terms of her hip. Congratulations.
First place in class number 25 went to Faith Lehman. Now exhibiting class number 26, Yearling U, Shropshire.
Single entry in our yearling U division, but I think an awfully good one. one that's got some size and some shape. And I think after we get off that young lady does a good job of propping that one up. That one runs uphill. One that's shallow in terms of her chest. She's massive and broody in terms of her center body. She's big and square in terms of her hip. Good at the ground. I think an awfully nice one for this particular division.
First place in your Schropp Yearling U went to Caitlin Shakel, now exhibiting for our champion Schropp U.
As we get in to pick our champion Shropshire U, I think a pair of them, their build's pretty similar. I love both of them in terms of their muscularity and their squareness of hip. I think when we get one stuck and get a view from that one from the side, she's next level in terms of what we're looking for and what we're bringing to the table. Yearling U will be your champion. Your fall U will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Schropp went to the Yearling U exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. The reserve champion Schropp U went to exhibited by Faith Lehman. Now entering into our ring as our class number 27 Southdown Spring U Lambs. First call, class number 29 Suffolk, Auburn Macy with 2651 and Ralston Macy with 2668. Class 29 first call. Class 28 should be in the makeup arena. We are now starting to prepare for our Grand U Drive, and we'd like for all of those with champions to be headed to the makeup arena here shortly. And those of you with reserve champions should have your sheep ready in case we need to pull you in.
extra good class, and it gets competitive as we get into the South Downs like it should. I think our class winner is one that just has a world of potential to her, one that you get your hands on. She's extremely neat from the side, has some back shape, has some meat and mass and muscle, and I think in comparison to some, I think she's one that balances up relatively good. We can maybe nitpick her up front just a scotch, but I think that'd be getting awfully critical on one that's awfully good. Good tone, good touch, good muscle quality. Looks like one that's not going to be a dink in the end, and I think a high quality one to go ahead and start. The one that I think most closely follows her is this sheep in second. Love this one from the outside in. I think as you study that one and evaluate that one's extra big and square in terms of her hip. She's pushing maybe more condition than anything in the top 5, but I think as he gets that one set and we look at that one, rack shape is good, hip and body is good, and I think if we can just firm that one up to the touch, we give that class winner all she wants. Our sheep in 3 is a problematic one for me. I think young lady gives us a look sometimes that we can go ahead and win the class with. Gives us a look some other times that maybe wants to get just a shot off in terms of her hook loin area. She's one that's extra big hip. She handles extremely good, well presented and well fed. Congratulations on that one. We get into 4. I think one, as we view that one from the outside in and we get that one stuck, I think one that we can get up a spot or 2 higher. As we continue to view that one, I think that one gets a little drier in terms of her flank. She gets a little plainer in terms of her handle, and I'd just like to maybe darken that nose up ever so slightly in comparison to those ahead of her. And then we go ahead and conclude with what I feel is the baby in the class. I think that one handles extremely neat, just needs a few more days on feed to get around those big gals ahead of her. Congratulations.
Your class winner in class 27 was exhibited by Harper Macy. Second place went to John Crowder. Third place, Bryn Ritter. Fourth place, Davy Scheller. Fifth place, Francis Brennan. And sixth place, Ainsley Mendenhall. We're now exhibiting class number 28. South Down Yearling Ewes. Class number 29, Suffolk Spring Ewe Lambs should be in the makeup arena, as should class number 30, Suffolk Yearling Ewes. First Call Classic, class number 31, Tunis, Evie, exhibited by Evie Millsaps, 26001. Also First Call 32 and 33, Whiteface Cross, Spring Ewe Lambs, Jacob Glunt with 2602, and Whiteface Cross, Harper Macy with 2080. Those of you with champions should be getting your sheep up and started to be getting ready. We'll be calling you over here after the Suffolk champion is announced. Those of you with reserve champions should have your sheep ready to come in if we need you. We will take a short 15-minute break after the Grand U drive.
Another ultra competitive class as we get out here in our South Downs. I think our class winner is just, for me, the most correctly balanced. We put them into motion. She's good in terms of her chest. She's extra shapely in terms of her top. She's one that is maybe not quite at 12 o'clock yet, I guess, if you will. And I think that's okay for me. Quality's quality, and you view that one. I think that one's the biggest hit, freshest handling one that we've got out here. And amongst those in contention for our class winner, I think you study that one down low and just view that one in terms of quality. She goes ahead and wins this particular class. I like the extra size and extra mass that we have in second. That one's big and powerful and just big in terms of her center body. I don't see her being quite as shapely as our class winner on the backside, but I think one that is ultra good, and to me just spells brute you. We get that one bred the right buck, and I think that the future looks bright. We get into 3, and I think another one that I like the basic build of that one that is maybe not got the ESTs as we have in those 2 ahead of them, but I think that's a soft-bellied, good-chested one that's good at the ground. Maybe just like to pipe her up down low, but I think an ultra neat one to go into 4. Super PC one there in 4, or excuse me, going to 3. The one in 4 is one that's extra neat in terms of her handle. Her hide quality is off the charts. I think as we get that one again bred to the right buck, maybe get her up and out just a shot more, she'll take away some of that condition. I think that one's a definite breeding piece. And we go ahead and conclude with 5, and another one that I think is extra good. Just gets into an awfully tough class. If I can make that one just a shot bigger at the ground, stouten her up and firm her toes and bone work, we'll get her up a shot higher. Congrats.
Your class winner in class number 28 went to Madison Shively. In your second place, Francis Brennan with 25222. Third place went to John Crowder. Fourth place went to Harper Macy. Fifth place with Francis Brennan with E064BC. Now exhibiting for our champion, South Down U.
As we picked our champion South Down, I think we got a pair of them, a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. I think that's okay. Ones that come out of different age groups and different stage of development and maturity of their life. For me, there's one that's a little closer to being ready today. Maybe not the biggest sheep in terms of her kind. I think the most correctly balanced one for me is the young lady's yearling ewe. She'll be your champion. We're going to follow up with that ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Champion South Down U is exhibited by Madison Shively, and your reserve champion South Down U was exhibited by Harper Macy. Now entering our ring is our class number 29 Suffolk Spring U Lambs. Class number 31, 32, and 33 should be in the makeup arena, and if you have a champion you need to be coming to the makeup arena. Champion U's first call, second call. Be coming to the makeup arena.
We get out here in our Suffolk division. I think the young lady she has the sheep to my right is one that we're going to start with. Just a little more my speed and kind, I guess, if you will, in terms of her look from the side. She's extra elevated up front, just has a little more growth potential for me, and I think just a notch slicker looking. Young man brings us one that's extra stout and big bone, extra heavy and rugged in terms of his structure, maybe just a shot bigger body than that one is directly ahead of him. Just like to turn that one up in the front side of his shoulder, push that neck back ever so slightly to get around our class winner. Congratulations on a good pair.
First place, class number 29, exhibited by Auburn Macy. Second place, class 29, exhibited by Ralston Macy. Now exhibiting in our ring is class number 30, Suffolk Yearling Ewes.
Big stout yearling ewe to go ahead and win this single entry, one that's maybe not wanting to cooperate, but I think you can see that one's big in terms of her center body, got some mass and dimension down her top, and I think if she just maybe wants to give us a look, I think you can sure evaluate her down low. Congratulations on a high quality one.
First place in class 30 went to Auburn Macy, now exhibiting for our champion Suffolk ewe.
As we come out here for a champion young lady, brings us two class winners. She selects the one that I like the best as well. That'll be your champion. Yearling ewe will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Suffolk went to Auburn Macy with 2651, the spring ewe. The reserve champion was also exhibited by Auburn Macy with her yearling ewe. Now exhibiting our ring is our Tunis spring ewe lamb. Class 32 and 33 should be in the makeup arena, as should all of our champion ewes. Reserve champions should be, to quote our barn superintendent, on the ready.
Single entry on the Tunis side, and again, I think for this breed, one that's extra big centered, one that's good at the ground. She's short pasturing, and when she just wants to get out and go, I think give this a good look in terms of her feet and her legs. She's extra muscular. Congratulations.
First place in champion Tunis went to Evie Millsaps. We are now exhibiting class number 32, Whiteface Cross Spring Ewe Lamb.
single entry once again, but one of the more intriguing ones that we've seen to this point. I think you evaluate that one down low, and one that's stir skinny about her neck. She's feminine, looks like a girl should up front. I think she's extra neat in terms of her chest. She gets progressively deeper in her forerib, and I think even without the flank wool, she's one that gives you a good look in a silhouette. You study that one down low. She's big in terms of her feet and her legs. She's big underneath that fur as well. She's big hipped. I think just a nice sheep.
First place, class number 32, is exhibited by Jacob Glunt. Now exhibiting class number 33, white face cross yearling ewe.
Single entry again in our yearling division of this division, but I think one that's extra bold in terms of her center. She's broody in terms of her look. She's sound at the ground. Maybe just like to take just a scotch of condition off that one, but I think a high quality one to win. Congratulations. I think a pretty simple division, a simple way to go. A young man brings us one that's a hammer in this division. He'll be your champion. Your yearling, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion white-faced cross went to Jacob Glunt, and the reserve champion exhibited by Harper Macy. We're going to take a quick sec here while we get set up for our Grand U drive. Gentlemen, we're ready to begin our Grand U drive. The first one in is our Baby Doll South Down champion, exhibited by Allie Brennan. Our Blackface Cross champion was exhibited by Cole Ritter. Our Columbia champion was exhibited by Eva Beckner. Corridale champion exhibited by Lainey Mendenhall. Cotswold champion exhibited by Ainsley Mendenhall. Dorset Advantage champion exhibited by Hallie Scheller. Our Dorset champion exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Hampshire champion exhibited by Jackson Ritter. Our Horned Dorset exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Our champion Katahdin exhibited by Eva Beckner. Our Lincoln champion exhibited by Stella Hartwick. Our natural color champion exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. The Shetland champion exhibited by Ainsley Galvin. The Schropp champion exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Southdown champion exhibited by Madison Shively. Suffolk champion exhibited by Auburn Macy. The Tunis champion exhibited by Evie Millsaps, and our Whiteface Cross champion exhibited by Jacob Glunt. Congratulations to all these young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause. We will take a short 15-minute break after our Grand U drive. While our judge is selecting our Grand U, I'd like to congratulate the Grand Champion Wool exhibitor, Eva Beckner, and our Reserve Grand Champion Wool, which is over here on display, is Royce Breuer.
Well, folks, as we get out there and select our champion female, I think it's an outstanding set of sheep, and I get to judge all over the country, and I appreciate and get the opportunity to get to come here and evaluate it. This is probably the first time I've came to a county fair and had quality that is this deep. I think there's 5, 6, maybe 7 of them out here that are going to make a strong run in Indianapolis here in a few weeks. So, different guy, different opinion, different day. And I think it's very, very good. A lot of shows we get to, there may be 1 or 2 that are in that range and in that quality that we're looking for. But I think we're going to end up with 5 or 6 of them today that can definitely run. Obviously, I don't get to pick that many today, so somebody's going to get left out, and for that, I'm sure sorry. But if we come from the outside, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I think it's been a wild set. As many of you know, we come from the background of having market lambs and having a bunch of breeding sheep, and we get to judge all kinds and all sorts, and we have some different favorites of different varieties, and I think good sheep come in all colors. I think good sheep come in all sizes, and I think good sheep can come in all kinds of wool coverage, whether we are at what you see is what you get, or whether we pick one that's fitted and do those things. I think it's all okay. I get the opportunity to look at them all, and I try to take that to the next level. Think about how these are going to compete on the green chips or at your state fair or against a higher quality or higher concentrate of sheep of their own breed and their own stature. I think there's a pair of them out here that are very, very hard to sort. I think they come out of 2 different perspectives, and I think they're both very, very good. We're going to find you a champion. We're going to bring that reserve in from that division. Then we'll go back and pick you 3, 4, and 5. But appreciate the opportunity, and thank you guys on a great set. One more time, let's give them a big round of applause.
Your grand champion ewe is exhibited by Cole Ritter with the black-faced cross. Reserve Grand Champion ewe was exhibited by Caitlin Shakel with her horned Dorset. Third place ewe goes to Lauren Happel with her black-faced cross. Jacob Glunt exhibited your 4th place ewe with the white-faced cross. The Shropshire took 5th place in eggs exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We will see you back here to begin our Market Lamb show at 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. Attention in the sheep barn. This is just your 5-minute warning. We'll be starting our market lamb show here in about 5 minutes. So we'll be starting off with class number 34, Baby Doll Southdown Market Lambs, Azalea Davidson with 29628. That's your first call. We're going to be starting here in about 5 minutes. Attention in the sheep barn, class number 34, Baby Southdown Market Lambs. Should be in the makeup arena. There she is. Class number 35, Blackface Cross Market Lambs, Reese Smith, 29642. Bryn Ritter, 29708. Drake Arnold, 29732. Xavier Arnold, 29731, should be coming to the makeup arena. We're getting ready to start our market lamb show. Hey, we are with our class number 1 baby Southdown Market Lamb. Class number 35 should be in the makeup arena. Class number 35 should be in the makeup arena. We have started our Market Lamb show.
Single entry in our baby doll division, but young lady brings us one that's extra stout and big and bold on top, one that's got some meat, mass, and muscle, and I think one, as we turn that one, one that'll hang a carcass that'll be profitable. Congratulations.
Our first place and champion baby Southdown Market Lamb is exhibited by Azalea Davidson. Now entering the ring. Nope. Yes. Are we good? Nope. We're still missing. Class number 35 and class number 36 should be in the makeup arena. We are now, attention to the sheep barn. If you have your market lambs, we are starting our market lamb show. Bryn Reeder with number 29708. Bryn Ritter with 29708. You should be in the makeup arena. We're getting ready to start your class. Now entering in our ring is class number 35, Blackface Cross Market Lambs. Class number 36, you should be in the makeup arena. Graham Curtis, Baylor Arnold, Harper Wiley, William Hoffmeister, and Henry Brogan. First call, class 37, Blackface Cross Market Lambs, Ruby Morris, 29659. Riv Musselman, 29658. Colton Schmatz with 29651. Wyatt Rude with 29649. And Jesse Bishop with 29648.
Super logical class for me. Young lady brings one that's kind of a hammer in this particular division. Extra shapely, extra bold in terms of her cage, big at the ground, big footed, gets out and goes. And then on top of that is the soundest footed one that we have out here. I think just an easy place to start. Second heaviest muscle one is in second. That one's extremely big back, got some shape down his top. We asked that one to go and put that one into motion. Wants to get just a little bendy in terms of his rear hop. Wants to just roll out ever so slightly. I think it added carcass trade advantages, and he goes ahead and wins this particular division, or in second of this particular division. Young man brings us the light one in three. I think that one's just a notch sounder than the one directly behind him. Has some back shape, has some extra muscularity to him. Just needs to be busted open, needs to be a shot wider, and we go ahead and conclude with the ULAM in four. I think big centered, big bodied, just need to get that one a shot sounder. Congratulations.
Class winner in class number 35 went to Bryn Ritter. Second place went to Drake Arnold. Third place, Reese Smith. And fourth place, Xavier Arnold. Now in our ring is class number 36. Down at the back, we are scratching Henry Brogan. Henry Brogan is scratched. In our makeup arena should be class number 37 in the makeup arena, class 37. First call, class 38, Columbia Market Lambs, McKinley Stahlbaum with 29673, and Hadley Stultz with 29720.
I think another class that logically lines up. A young man brings us a ewe lamb that's fresh in the tone, has some extra muscularity and shape down her top. Love the extra bells and whistles, and if we could turn them to the sideway, guys, we'll talk about them to the crowd. You turn them sideways, please. I think she just checks more boxes for me in terms of just a terminal merit. One that's extra big racked, extra bold in terms of her center body, big at the ground. I think from that point on, young lady brings us the second heaviest muscled one. That one's a shot rounder in terms of his rib cage, and that one is directly behind him, big hipped. We maybe just like to balance that one up in terms of the underlying side of that one's body, but I think a high quality one to go into second. A little darker featured one there in third. I love the handle and the tone and touch that one brings to the table. As we compare those against the ones directly ahead of him, we just need to make that one a shot rounder in terms of his rib cage. And we go ahead and conclude with one that has some shape. We just need to stouten that one up at the ground, square him out of his hip to get around those ahead of him. Congratulations.
For your class number 36 winners, first place went to Graham Curtis, second place Harper Wiley, third place William Hoffmeister, and fourth place Baylor Arnold. Now entering our ring should be class number 37. Blackface Cross Market Lambs. Class number 38 should be in the makeup arena. First call, class number 39, Dorset Advantage, Adeline Schmatz with 29652.
Another good class, and I think as we evaluate our class winner, he's just the heaviest muscled one. He's got the most shape working down his top. He's one that's big-ended. He's extra big loin, and he's got some extra center body. I think as we can see from the outside, he maybe doesn't want to come out of the top side of his shoulder quite as correctly. Young man's doing a good job of trying to push that back and get him drove. Maybe just like to just free him up ever so slightly in terms of his front shoulder. But I think he has the most ESTs and goes ahead and wins this particular class. Young person we bring out next, I think, brings us one that's fresh in terms of tone of muscle. That one works a ton of shape. As we evaluate that one's probably as fresh as any that we have out here. Next set is probably as good as any. I think as we put that one into motion, that one wants to get just a shot higher in terms of his spine. He wants to push up and kick out. But I think as in terminal carcass merit, I think that one goes into second place. Probably one of my favorites in terms of just total and overall movement is 1 and 3. I think as we evaluate that one from the outside in, that one gives us a look that we can sure appreciate. Has some shape in terms of the backside of his shoulder. Of those top 3, this is the one that's probably the highest in terms of his condition, probably the one that's narrowest in terms of his hip to pin bone ratio. But I think a high quality sheep that just has to go to 3 for me today. Another big, stout, big bodied one that we go ahead and put into 4th. I like that sheep's look from this direction. I think when you get your hands on that one that's just a little higher in terms of his condition, and we go ahead and conclude with the young lady's sheep there in 5, is one that gives us a good look from the outside. We just need to stouten that one up, give that one a shot more muscle to get around those ahead of them. Congratulations.
Class number 37 winner is Jesse. First place went to Jesse Bishop. Second place, River Musselman. Third place, Wyatt Rude. Fourth place, Colton Schmatz. And fifth place went to Ruby Morris. We're now going to be showing for our champion, Blackface Cross Market Lamb.
Again, 6 good ones out here. We bring out the 3 class winners in the seconds. And I think, you know, it comes down between a pair of them. I think they've got some trade-off parts. One's a shot bigger bone. I think one's a little just more terminal in terms of its shape. I think it gets competitively close. If we could, let's put our hands together and I'll show you the ones that I like.
Champion Blackface Cross Market Lamb goes to Graham Curtis. And reserve champion Blackface Cross Market Lamb goes to Bryn Ritter. Congratulations. Let's bring in class number 38 as soon as they exit the ring. Now entering the ring is class number 38, Columbia Market Lambs. Class number 39 should be in the makeup arena, Dorset Advantage Market Lambs. Class number 40, Dorset Market Lambs, should also be in the makeup arena. First call, class number 41, Hampshire Market Lambs, Stella Hartwick with 29622, Remington Smith 29637, McKenna Cleek with 29665. Class 41, first call.
Another good class as we bring out the Columbia is opted to use the young ladies ewe-lamb to go ahead and start. Just a shot more center body to that one, I think, as you get your hands on them. Just a little closer in terms of the end point. I love the way that one's stout and bone. Excuse me. Stout and extra big bone down low. And I think in comparison against the two, just wider and stouter out of the back side of her shoulder. Young ladies weather will go ahead and be reserved. And then I guess we get on that one. That one's got a shot better touch, but just not quite as round and robust in terms of his rib cage. He's not quite as shapely up high. Congratulations to both.
Your first place in champion Columbia Market Lamb goes to McKinley. Your first place in champion Columbia Market Lamb goes to Hadley Stoltz. And second place in reserve champion goes to Hadley Stoltz. Now coming into the ring should be number 39, class number 39, Dorset Advantage Market Lamb. Class number 40, Dorset Market Lamb should be in the makeup arena. Class 41, Hamp Market Lamb should be in the makeup arena. Class 42, first call. Hamp Market Lambs, Davy Scheller with 29666, Caleb Day with 29632, Reese Smith 29638, Faith Lehman 26112, Landon Glunt 29737, and Leo Klipsch 29645. First call, class 42.
Just a single entry here in our Dorset Advantage, but an extra big stout bone one that's round in terms of his body. Has some extra shape up high, and I think when she gets that one set, you can kind of see the rack shape working in that one. That one's big and flat in terms of his loin, just unparalleled in terms of his hip-loin junction. Then you get behind him, one that's extra big, extra stout, tons of muscle. Congratulations.
First place in champion Dorset Advantage Market Lamb goes to Adeline Schmatz. Now entering our ring are our class number 40, Dorset Market Lambs. Class 41, Hamp Market Lambs should be in the makeup arena. Class 42, Hamp Market Lambs should be making their way to the makeup arena. Class 43, Hamp Market Lambs, first call, Sam Hoffmeister, 29661. River Musselman, 29657. Elizabeth Decker, 29672. Abigail Holloway, 29717. Elena Roberts, 29656. Class 43, first call.
Off a good pair of Dorsets as we bring them both out here. Young lady brings this one that's just a notch fresher handling. You can see from the outside in, that one's got a big old rack working in him, one that's extra big centered. And I think as you study that one from the outside in, one that's just got a ton of forerib, gets progressively deeper, stouter hip, wider bodied. Outstanding job on the feet and legs. Congratulations. Sheep in second, so rib longer bodied. That works in his advantage in terms of giving us a cooler look. He's not quite as opened up. He's not quite as big hipped as that one is directly ahead of him. I think a really, really good pair. Congratulations to both.
First place in champion Dorset Market Lamb goes to Brooklyn McMillan. Second place in reserve champion goes to Nathan Bishop. Now entering our ring should be class number 41, Hamp Market Lambs.
I think another neat class, and I think it just comes down to handle quality and condition of where we're at. Young lady brings us one that I think is just the most correctly balanced, the correctly finished, and I think as you can see from the top side, I think one that works the most amount of shape down her top of any that we have in here. Young lady's weather is stout at the ground. He's big and bold out the back side of his hip. We maybe like to change that one up front ever so slightly, push that neck back to the top side of his shoulder if we can, but I think one that just dominates the class in terms of terminal market merit. One and second, I like the outline of the front end design a lot better. I think as we compare the two, one that's just a little greener in terms of his type and his kind today, I think if we can continue to feed on that one and push on that one a little bit before our state fair comes, I think one that is going to get better and better. And we go ahead and conclude with the ewe-lamb. I think one that is extra good in terms of her shape. I'd like to stouten that one up on the top side of her skeleton, level her out in terms of hooks to pins, but I think one that has a ton of shape. Congratulations.
Your class winners for Class 41, first place went to Remington Smith, second place McKenna Cleek, and third place Stella Hartwick. We are now exhibiting class number 42, Hamp Market Lambs. In the makeup arena, we should have class 43 Hamp Market Lambs. First call, class 44, Katahdin Market Lambs, Eva Beckner, 29727. First call, class 45, Natural Colored Market Lambs, Lucy Smith, 29641. Ellie Roberts, 29654. Nola Rowland, 752. John Crowder, 29712. And Jackson Ritter at 29705. First call, Natural Colored Market Lambs.
I think another good class and some different parts and pieces. And majority of the time, I think our class winner just dominates this particular class. He gives us some looks of greatness sometimes. He gives us some looks that we want to just balance him up ever so slightly. But in terms of just terminal top shape, one that's big in terms of his rack, he's square in terms of his hip. And I think, I guess in comparison to the one directly behind him, he maybe doesn't run uphill quite as much. You get directly behind our class winner, and he's got twice as much. He's going to go ahead and win, and for that reason. Probably a little bit more my speed is the one in second. I love the way that one goes up and runs uphill. I think in comparison to the two, that one's not quite as fresh in terms of his loin edge. He's a shot flatter in terms of his body. He's a notch narrower in terms of his hip. I love the look he gets from this side. He's up and he's out and he's good in terms of his chest. I think a high quality pair. The one in three, I think, is just very good in terms of his basic build. He's not quite as wild muscled as those two directly ahead of him. He doesn't have the wild features that those two have, but I think he's ultra neat. He's got some trendiness. He's big racked. He's big centered. He just logically goes third for me. Young lady brings us a ewe-lamb that I think is probably as stout as any, one that handles extremely good. She's pushing just a notch more condition than what I prefer. I'd like to just peel her down in terms of her chest plate ever so slightly in comparison to those, but I think a high-quality one, when she gets that one stuck, gives us a really neat picture. As we get into to four, I think another one that is up and out in terms of his look. In comparison, just maybe one that needs a shot more muscle to compete with those ahead of him. And same goes for the one that we go ahead and conclude with. Love the handle qualities that he brings to the table. Just not quite as wide and as powerful as those ahead of him.
Your class winners for class number 42. First place, Landon Gluntz. Second place, Davy Scheller. Third place, Leo Klipsch. Fourth place, Faith Lehman. Fifth place, Reese Smith. And sixth place went to Caleb Day. Now entering our ring is class number 43, Hamp Market Lambs. Class number 44 and 45 should be in the makeup arena. First call, class 46, Oxford Market Lambs, Abigail Holloway, 29716. Davy Scheller, 29671, Marley Roberts, 29655, and Leo Klipsch, 29643. First call, class number 46. Class number 44 and 45 should be in the makeup arena.
Another good class, and I think our class winner just surfaces in terms of handle quality, tone, and touch. One that you get your hands on, sure doesn't disappoint you. He's great in terms of his transition from his hooks to his loin. He's one that is extremely big in terms of his hip. He is the heaviest muscled one out here, combines that with being one that's sound enough in terms of his type and his kind. Maybe one that I'd like to just make just a shot shallower, but I think is ultra neat in terms of his handle quality. Shallow advantage goes to the one directly behind him, one that is not quite as blown apart, is not quite as opened up, as what that one is ahead of him, but I think one that logically fits second for me, has some shape, has some muscle, has some overall design, big bone, sound at the ground. I think just a great place to start. Profile and Sheep, I guess, in 3 is one that gives us a good look. It's extremely shallow. I think when you get directly behind that one's big hip, but that one becomes the flattest ribbed one of any that are out here. He's big rack, but he also, his rib cage does not allow him to get just expanded. I think he logically fits into 3rd for me. He's good handling. He's good in terms of his skin and his tone. Big bone one to go ahead and go into 4. I like that about him. We get on that one and handle him one that's just a little higher in terms of his condition, and we go ahead and conclude the class with one that I like the profile, I like the overall look. We just need to stouten that one up at the ground, make that one a shot bigger hip to compete with those ahead of him. Congratulations.
Your class winners for class number 43, Ellie Roberts, 1st place. 2nd place went to River Musselman. 3rd place, Elizabeth Decker. 4th place, Abigail Holloway. And 5th place went to Sam Hoffmeister. Now entering our ring should be class, we're going to exhibit for our Hamp Market Lamb champion. Hamp Market Lamb champion exhibiting right now.
So we get out here to select our champion. I think it becomes a 2-horse race, and that being said, they're a little bit different in terms of their type and their kind, but they're the best 2. Those 2 out of the middle division will be your champion reserve.
Hamp Market Lamb goes to Jared Glunt. Landon Glunt, my apologies. And the reserve champion exhibited by Davy Scheller. Now coming into our ring is our Katahdin Market Lamb, class number 44. Class number 45, natural colored market lambs should be in the makeup arena. Class 46 should be headed there. First call, class number 47, Schropp Market Lambs, Luke Scheller, 29670, Jacob Glunt, 29738, Cade Henderson, 29739, Marley Roberts, 29653, Madison Shively, 29755, and Leo Clips, 29644. First call, class number 47, Schropp Market Lambs.
So we got here in our Katahdin division, I think one that's pretty good. I don't know if we can compete with the blacks, but I think as we take that one into Indianapolis and against its contemporaries, that one's got a great skin tone, a great touch, a great loin edge in them, and I think as we evaluate that one from the outside, that one's square at the ground, has some mass and muscle. Congratulations.
Your first place in champion Katahdin Market Lamb is exhibited by Eva Beckner. Now coming in our ring is our class number 45, natural colored market lambs.
Another good class, and I think elementary for me to start. I think this one just checks the most boxes. He's good in terms of his chest. He's wide and square and stout. I think as we evaluate that one, touching him, touch, tone, quality, muscle texture, I think he gets the added advantage. We put that one on the move. We maybe just like to lengthen him out in terms of his hip and square him up ever so slightly. I think that's minuscule and his added advantage in this particular class. The one I guess I like second is the young ladies' weather. One that gives us a great look from the side. He's maybe not quite as matched in terms of power and overall dimension as what that one is directly ahead of him, but that one's extra stout and big boned at the ground. I like that one a great deal there. Young lady brings us one in 3 that's got a ton of just body and extra dimension, one that has some handle quality, and he's very athletic. As you can see him go, you get your hands on him, he sure doesn't disappoint you. I think just a logical place in 3rd for me. Young man brings this one in 4. I like the look and overall design of that one. I love the way that one presents from the outside in. When you get on that one and put your hands on him, he's just simply just a notch softer and staler in terms of his handle and his look. One that gets a little plainer in terms of his skin tone, but I think a high call in to boot. And then one that we go ahead and conclude with, I like a great deal. That one has a ton of shape and a ton of future. Just it's a little out-horsed in this particular division. Questions?
Your first place in champion natural color market lamb goes to Jackson Ritter. Reserve place goes to Ellie Roberts. 3rd place went to Nola Rowland. 4th, John Crowder. 5th place, Lucy Smith. Now coming in our ringers are class number 46, Oxford Market Lambs. Class number 47 should be in the makeup arena. First call, class 48, South Down Market Lambs. Aubrey Johnson, 29714. Francis Brennan, 29730. Jonah Rowland, 29754. First call, class 48.
Again, I think a class that falls together pretty logically. I think the EST sheep is the one we'd start with, one that gives us the best look from the side. It gives us up and out, and then you get your hands on him. That's the most expressive one, that's the flattest about his loin, the freshest touching, the biggest muscle one. I think just an easy place to start. We get into second. I like that sheep a great deal in terms of his look from the outside in. He's got some shape and some mass and muscle. He's maybe not quite as firm to the touch as that one is directly ahead of him. He maybe wants to get just a shot vertical, show side hop, but I think an awfully nice that gives us a great look from the outside in. Sheep in 3 is another one. I love the muscle, love the way that one comes together. If we can just get that one stop and stuck, I think he gives us a look that can fight for second. That's the second biggest muscled one. One that's ultra neat in terms of his look from the side. He just wants to get a little off balance at times when we get him out there in the ring. Maybe want to balance him up in terms of that rear hock. And we go ahead and conclude with the young lady sheep here that I think is very, very neat in terms of his look from the side. He's got some mass, maybe just not wanting to cooperate for us today, but I think a nice one to go ahead and keep on feeding.
Your first place in champion Oxford Market Lamb goes to Davy Scheller. Second place, Leo Klipsch. Third place, Marley Roberts. Fourth place was Abigail Holloway. Now entering our ringers, class number 47, Schropp Market Lambs. Class 48 should be in the makeup arena. Class 49, South Down Market Lambs. First call, Francis Brennan, 29729. John Crowder, 29710. Harper Macy, 29756. First call, Class 49.
ultra competitive pair here on top, and I think their builds are quite a bit different. There's some weight advantages to our class winner, but I think in terms of just raw shape and muscle, that's the one that goes ahead and rises to the top. He can give us a look that we get very, very excited about. There's a couple of times he gave us a look where he wanted to get a little high in terms of his spine. I think it's competitively close. Our sheep in second is one that's smooth in terms of his hide. He's shapely backed, and I think as you stand directly behind him, that one can fit inside of our class winner. I think you've got to make a decision. Is he wide enough? Is our class winner smooth enough? That's how I like him today. Good pair. I think that sheep in second on down the road as we continue to feed him gets wider, opens up, and gives that one all he wants. Congratulations on a high-quality pair. We'll get into three, and I think one is as good touching and as good toned as anything out here. I think just his general build. He wants to push forward in terms of his neck and his shoulder. He wants to drop down and just lean towards the surface ever so slightly. But I think in terms of just freshness and being well-fed, well-presented, that one's as good as any. I think a high-quality one to go into three. Sheep in four is one that I've worked all different directions. Young lady's doing a good job of propping that one up. And when we get that one's head back and get that one pushed back, I think he can rise a spot or two. She's wanting to fight him just ever so slightly, but I think a high-quality sheep to go into that particular range. Young man sheep that we bring out next, I love that sheep from the outside in. One of the smaller statured ones, I guess, that we have out here in this drive, and I think that's going to work at his disadvantage. I think as we continue to feed on that one and get that one class that he can compete in terms of weight, I think that one's going to give us a great silhouette and give that young man a chance to rise towards the top. A super good handle on them. They go ahead with that sheep that we go ahead and end up with is one that I think is good handling. He's good in terms of his touch and his tone. He's just wanting to get a notch more mature in terms of the base of his chest, more crusty in terms of his carriage to get up any higher for me today. Congratulations on a great set.
Your class winners for class 47, first place and champion Madison Shively, second place and reserve champion Cade Henderson, third place Jacob Glunt, fourth place Marley Roberts, fifth place Luke Scheller, and sixth place Leo Klipsch. We're now moving into class number 48, our Southdown Market Lamb. Class 49 Southdown Market Lamb should be in the makeup arena. First call, Shetland Market Lambs, class number 50, Ainsley Galvin, 29586. Royce Breuer, 29588. Royce Breuer, 29584. Never mind, sheep loose. All right, good job, Francis. So class number 50, first call.
Again, in this division, I think a logical class winner. That one's firm and fresh to the touch. Big loin, big hip, good at the ground. In terms of the surface, she gets that one propped up and set, and I think it's lights out. As we get into second and third, I guess it gets a little bit closer in terms of just different parts and pieces. I opted to use just more stoutness and more just shape and muscle in that particular sheep, and we got the one directly behind him. That one's big-ended. He's big into surface, and I think just the second heaviest muscle that we have out here. Taking nothing away from the young lady's weather that we conclude with, I think that one's just a notch greener in terms of her type and his kind. I think as we continue to feed on that one gets progressively better. Congratulations.
Your class winner for class 49 went to Frances Brenna. Second place went to Jonah Rowland. Third place, Aubrey Johnson. We're now showing class number 49 Southdown Market Lambs. Class number 50 Shetland Market Lambs should be in the makeup arena. First call, class number 51 Suffolk Market Lambs. Henry Brogan, 29758. Caleb Day, 29634. Ralston Macy, 29582. Auburn Macy, 29760. And Colby Day, 29635. First call, class 51.
Again, I think a pretty easy class winner, one that's stout and wide and opened up. I'll be the first one to admit maybe I wouldn't want to add any more condition to that one, but I think that one holds it pretty well. That one's monster hip, big loin, big ended. I think just an easy place to start. It gets a little more competitive in 2 and 3. Just opted to use a young lady's sheep. I think just a notch better muscle tone and a shot better in terms of his condition. It was a notch harder. And I think at the ground, that one is extra big and extra wide. We go ahead and conclude with one. I love the flatness loin, but one that just simply a little higher in terms of its condition.
Class winners for class 49, Harper Macy. Second place went to Frances Brennan. Third place went to John Crowder. Now showing for our champion Southdown Market Lamb. Champion Southdown Market Lamb. Class 50 should be in the makeup arena. Class 51 should be making their way to the makeup arena. Class number 52, first call, White Face Cross Market Lambs. Aubrey Johnson, 29715, and Hallie Scheller with 29669. If you have a champion in our Market Lamb show, you should be starting to prepare your animal. Do not bring him over just yet, but you should be starting to prepare your sheep.
I think as we get out here and select our champion Southdown, it's fairly logical. There's one that's big-ended, super stout, muscular, and wide. There's one that handles maybe just a shot fresher in terms of his look, but maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle. Your heavyweight will be your champion. Your lightweight will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Southdown Market Lamb goes to Harper Macy. Reserve champion goes to Frances Brennan. Now coming into our ring are our Shetland Market Lambs, class number 51. Class number 50 is coming into our into the show arena. Class 51, Suffolk Market Lambs should be in the makeup arena, and Class 52 should be making their way to the makeup arena. If you have a champion Market Lamb, start bringing them over.
As we get to our Shetland division, I think just mass, meat, and muscle is going to place our class winner over the remaining class. That one's extra turn in terms of his forerib to flank. He's one that's got the most amount of shape up high. He's big, flat in terms of his loin. I think just an easy place to start. I think from that point on, you pick your poison. I like the handle qualities that that one and second brings to the table. One that's extra turn and extra sharp, fresh to the handle. One that is maybe not quite as collectively balanced as that one is directly behind him. I just opted to use just a shot more, just actual shape up high. As we get into 3, that's the profile and shape of the remaining of the class. I love that one from flank to flank, one that is as good in his forerib as any of those. And then we go ahead and conclude with one that's probably the wild, cool, marked one, maybe just not quite the mass and muscle of any of those that we have ahead of them. Congratulations on a high-quality class.
Your champion, Shetland Market Lamb, was exhibited by Ansley Galvin with sheep number 29584. Reserve champion and second place went to Ansley Galvin with sheep number 29586. Third place went to Royce Boyer with 29589, and fourth place went to Royce Boyer with 29588. We are now showing our class number 51 Suffolk Market Lambs. Class 52 should be in the makeup arena, and if you have a champion Market Lamb, please be coming to the makeup arena for our grand champion Market Lamb drive. If you have a reserve champion Market Lamb, please have them ready, but they don't need to come over to the show arena yet. We'll have a short break after the Grand Market Lamb Drive, about 10-15 minutes, and then we will start our showmanship. We will begin with junior showmanship first.
Another good class that comes together good. Young man brings us one that's just stout, wide, and robust. Kind of looks like a bulldozer, if you will. One that's got the most turn to his forerib. He's the biggest ended. I'll be the first one to admit we'd like to peel him up a little bit up front to make him ideal. But I think in terms of handle quality, mass, and muscle, that one goes ahead and surfaces to the top. I think in second and third, it's a little closer. I think our sheep in second for me is one that's just a notch better looking from the outside in, one that's a shot fresher in terms of his handle from the side, and I think just gives us a neater look in terms of his forerib and his chest. As we get into three, I think for me, one that has got a shot more turn to his forerib. He's maybe just a shot bigger ended. He just wants to get a little plainer looking up through his head and his neck. And we get into 4 and 5, and I think a pair of them that are built pretty similar in terms of their type and their kind. A couple of sheep that give us a good look from the outside in. They're straight and long and level in their top lines. We just need to add a shot more muscle to get them up any higher today. Congratulations.
First place in champion Class 51 Suffolk Market Lamb goes to Colby Day. Reserve champion Suffolk Market Lamb goes to Auburn Macy. Third place in Class 51 Ralston Macy. Fourth place Caleb Day. Fifth place Henry Brogan. We are now exhibiting our last of our market lambs, our white-faced cross, Class 52. We will then be starting our grand drive once we get everything set down there. We will have a short break after the grand drive before we start with junior showmanship.
Again, I think a pair that goes together pretty good. I think our class winner, when that one just wants to act like a show sheep, give us a big old center body, one that's extra big and shapely up high, extra big in terms of his hip, and I think a cool color pattern to boot. Not that places any emphasis, but it never hurts. One that's wild looking from the outside and super stout inside. Congratulations. We get into second. I think another one that gives us a wild look from the side, gives us a kind of a cool color. One that's got some shape down his top, just simply not quite as opened up and as wide as what that one is ahead of him. Needs a shot more muscle to compete with that one. Congratulations on a good pair.
Your first place in champion white-faced cross went to Hallie Scheller. Your reserve champion goes to Aubrey Scheller. I'm sorry, Aubrey Johnson. Please forgive. Brooklyn McMillan with your Dorset Market Lamb. We need you up here for the grand drive. Brooklyn McMillan with your Dorset for the grand drive. While we're waiting to get things set, we'll take a short 15-minute break after our grand market lamb drive before we begin with junior showmanship. I'd like to thank today there's our Dorset. I'd like to thank our official sheep show sponsor, Peterson Architecture. Please support the businesses that support 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Now we're ready to roll. We're going to bring in our champion market lambs, beginning with the baby doll South Down exhibited by Azalea Davidson. Our black-faced cross was exhibited by Graham Curtis. The Columbia Market Lamb was exhibited by Hadley Stultz. Dorset Advantage champion Adeline Schmatz. Our Dorset champion Brooklyn McMillan. The Hampshire Market Lamb was exhibited by Landon Glunt. The Katahdin Market Lamb was exhibited by Eva Beckner. Our Natural Colored Market Lamb champion was exhibited by Jackson Ritter. The Oxford Market Lamb exhibited by Davy Scheller. The Schropp Market Lamb was exhibited by Madison Shively. The Southdown Market Lamb exhibited by Allie Brennan. Our Shetland Champion Market Lamb exhibited by Ansley Galvin. The Suffolk Market Lamb Champion exhibited by Colby Day. And our White-Faced Cross Champion exhibited by Hallie Scheller. Please give all these young people a round of applause. And right now I'm going to hand over our microphone to our queen so she can introduce herself and her court that's here today. Thank you to them for helping us out.
Hello everyone, my name is Kendall Mangus and I'm your Miss Hamilton County 4-H Fair Queen and Miss Congeniality.
Hi everyone, my name's Charlotte Wiggins and I'm this year's 3rd runner-up.
Hi everyone, my name's Giselle Effing and I'm this year's 4th runner-up.
Our youth assistant is also here, Sophia Hendrickson. She's going to make an announcement.
Hi everyone, I am the summer assistant this year. Again, my name is Sophia Hendrickson, and I would like to tell you about how you can contribute to the education and advancement of 4-H youth here in Hamilton County. We are currently passing buckets around at events like this and throughout the fair to help fund the Hamilton County 4-H scholarship program for the next year's scholarship winners. The scholarships are awarded exclusively to college-bound 4-H members in Hamilton County. This year, the scholarship recipients from the Hamilton County and Indiana 4-H Foundation were Olivia Gustis, Addison Mann, Abigail Montimer, Larry Endicott, and Lauren Happel. We would like to thank each and every one of you for your generosity and support of the 4-H program. Thank you.
Just want to let you know that the Southdown champion was exhibited by Harper Macy, and Our judges selecting, we just want to give him a big round of applause today. Dustin Critt from Illinois, Taylorville, Illinois. We thank him very much for judging our show today. Give him a big round of applause.
Well, folks, as we get out here for champion, I think definitely heated up the water, and definitely not a clear-cut winner. And I think it's awfully good, and it's awfully good representation from your particular county. I think it's very, very high end. And like I said, kind of in the U show, I think there's a sheep or two out there on the other side that maybe didn't get in the running here that's going to probably play in their particular breeds down there at your state fair. I think it's particularly close. I think there's a pair of them that give some trade-off and some differences. Maybe one maybe not wanting to cooperate so much, one that's big muscle, and one that has some things, and then maybe one that just kind of logically fits in there and does both things to the closest degree. I'll be the first one to admit, as I got out here and I had kind of had my mind made up before we brought them back out, and as we bring them out, there's some differences that I seen, I guess, and some things that I'd like to change to maybe switch them up ever so slightly. I think a high quality 5, these are going to be your top 5. We just got to go out and get you in order. So if we could, let's give them a big round of applause. I'm not one for big speeches. Excuse me. But I think, again, just one more thing I guess I'd like to say. You know, we do this at home the same way. We have the same problems, the same fight, whether it's one getting loose, one this or that. I don't think take any of these shows for granted. Every one that I do, I try to treat them with the utmost respect and do the different things. When the day's over, I'm going to have the same problems you do. We're going to be home working on them. Our county fair starts next week, so I totally get the performance and everything that it takes to put into this deal. I know the money that's involved and the different things involved, so I get it. It's been a pleasure to sort your show. I'll get out there and find you a champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion market lamb goes to Jackson Ritter with his natural colored market lamb. Reserve Grand Champion goes to Graham Curtis with his blackface cross. Third place is Landon Glunt with the hamp. Fourth is Hallie Scheller with the white face cross. And our fifth place is Davy Scheller with her Oxford Market Lamb. Thank you all so very much for attending and watching our Market Grand Drive. We will take a 15-minute break. We will start junior showmanship at 20 till 3. And just so you know, parents with kids or families with kids in the junior show, we're only doing one heat of junior showmanship. Oh, and we have an announcement from our barn superintendent, who, by the way, is the best barn superintendent on the fairgrounds. Everybody, give Chad Hartwick a big round of applause.
You're too kind. Thank you. I only learned from the other best guy on the fairgrounds, Jerry Milgans, back here. So thank you. We had a great show. A lot of good showmen going to be out here shortly. Before that, and one of the last awards besides the showmanship, obviously, is the Good Shepherd Award. So this award is one of my favorites, really, because it's to a kid who just is a super good helper. Not only to maybe a sibling, or they're always cleaning, they're always helping other 4-H'ers when needed, shearing lambs, helping shear lambs with a flashlight, or whatever that may be. So just a lot of effort put in by these kids who won this award in the past. If you remember the Powell boys, who aren't shown anymore, and one of the Rife boys won a few years ago, but this year's winner is going to be Maggie Morris. Can we get Maggie Morris to come out, please? I don't know where she's at. Is she back in the pen? She might be getting ready already, but we'll make sure she gets that award. So we appreciate Maggie Morris. She's been cleaning up the barn, sweeping aisleways, helping kids with haven't showed. Here she is. This is Maggie Morris. So let's give it up for Maggie. 2026 Good Shepherd Award. Thanks, Maggie.
If anyone has lost a credit card, there was one found in the bleachers. So if you've lost, I'll just tell you the bank is First Merchants Bank. Credit card, if you lost your credit card, you can come up here and tell me who you are, and I'll give it to you. But you got to tell me who you are. Ah. junior showmanship, as you're starting to get ready, please make sure you have your exhibitor tag on your back before you come over here. Attention in the sheep barn, we'll be starting our junior showmanship class in 5 minutes. So you should start bringing your animals over here. And those that we have in the class so far, there's one heat of junior showmanship. So just one round. Ralston Macy, Marley Roberts, Colton Schmatz, Auburn Macy, Bryn Ritter, Jonah Rowland, Luke Scheller, Reese Smith, Harper Wiley, Nathan Bishop, Caleb Lehman, and Adeline Schmatz. We'll be starting in 5 minutes or so. Okay, I think we're about ready to start our junior showmanship. You ready? You might have to tell them where to go. All right, we're starting our junior showmanship. Those of you in the ring, we're only going to have one class of junior showmanship. He'll be selecting the top 5 from this class, and that will be our junior showmanship winners. The intermediate kids, we have 2 classes. Class 1, Frances Brennan, Melanie Kleinbell, Harper Macy, Ansley Mendenhall, Ellie Roberts, Hadley Stoltz, Colin Decker, Ainsley Galvin, William Hodges, and Ruby Morris. Again, first class of intermediate showmanship, Frances Brennan, Melanie Kleinbell, Harper Macy, Ansley Mendenhall, Ellie Roberts, Hadley Stoltz, Colin Decker, Ainsley Galvin, William Hodges, and Ruby Morris. You should be coming to the makeup arena. First class of intermediate showmanship should be coming to the makeup arena. The second class of intermediate showmanship is Nola Roland, Davy Scheller, Baylor Arnold, Royce Boyer, Jacob Glunt, Landon Glunt, Faith Lehman, and McKinley Stahlbaum.
All right, as we start showmanship, I think I've got a really, really good class. I think these are the 5 that I think, just put things together a little quicker than the rest of them, some different things. And I guess when we get to showmanship, it's a very, very subjective for me. I just like, at this age level, the best way you can get your animal set up. I don't care how you show it. I don't care what you do. Obviously, we want to get our feet and legs square as good as we can. We want to get that head and neck pushed back up and get their top lines looking as good as they did. Young man in the pink, you're going to be my champion today. Congratulations. I think he put everything together as good as anybody.
Grand champion.
Go ahead. You're good. He put things together as good as anybody. He was dead on the brace. He got that head and neck pushed back there. He was dead serious when he walked in the ring, and he was in here to win. Young lady in the yellow, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations to you. I think it gets competitively close. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. I think it gets relatively close between those top 2. I think just a slight leg placement here and there, and I think, obviously, when we get to showmanship and we get to pushing these kids, we're waiting for the sheep to make a mistake. I think it gets hard in that aspect. Young man that we go ahead and bring out in 3rd, I think you did a great job. Again, just some small feet placement. If we could just get those things squared up ever so slightly, we'd get you up a spot or 2. Young man with the Dorset, you'll be next in 4th. Young man, the Suffolk will be 5th. Congratulations. Great job, guys. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Caleb Lehman. Our reserve champion junior showman went to Bryn Ritter. 3rd place, Luke Scheller. 4th place, Nathan Bishop. And our 5th place showman in our juniors went to Ralston Macy. Congratulations. Just wait one. We have 2 heats of intermediate showmen. Then we'll show for our champion intermediate showman. Heat 1 is entering into the ring right now. Our 2nd heat includes Nola Rowland, Davy Scheller, Baylor Arnold, Royce Boyer, Jacob Glunt, Landon Glunt, Faith Lehman, and McKinley Stahlbaum. There are 3 heats of senior showmen. First call for our first heat, which includes Drake Arnold, Eva Beckner, Jesse Bishop, Azalea Davidson, Stella Hartwick, Laura Hodges, Aubrey Johnson, Cole Ritter, Wyatt Rude, and Caitlin Shakel. That's the first call for senior showman. Second call for intermediate showmanship. You should be in the makeup arena.
Again, guys, super good class. We're going to go ahead and bring these 4 back in our next heat, taking nothing away from the 3 remaining out here. I just think these 4 did just a shot better job of getting their lambs stuck, getting them to notch quicker, head placement, 0 wasted movements. But I think outstanding class. If we could, let's give everybody a big round of applause.
Now coming in the ring is our second heat of intermediate showmanship. In a second. Our first heat of senior showmanship should be making their way to the makeup arena. Drake Arnold, Eva Beckner, Jesse Bishop, Azalea Davidson, Stella Hartwick, Laurel Hodges, Aubrey Johnson, Cole Ritter, Wyatt Rude, Caitlin Shakel. First call for our second heat of senior showmanship, Hallie Scheller, Remington Smith, Henry Brogan, Graham Curtis, William Hoffmeister, Leo Klipsch, Brooklyn McMillan, Lainey Mendenhall, Maggie Morris, and River Phoenix. There you are in their second heat of senior showmanship. That's the first call for them.
Okay, guys, if we could, once again, we're going to keep these four in the center. We're going to send them out and bring them back to re-rack them here shortly. But to the three to the outside, just, again, small things. Just get your feet placement, head and neck placement right, and just try to do it. Hopefully get that animal to cooperate with you ever so slightly. Outstanding job. If we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
We're now showing for our grand champion intermediate showmanship. In the makeup arena, we should have our first heat of senior showmanship in the makeup arena. Drake Arnold, Eva Beckner, Jesse Bishop, Azalea Davidson, Stella Hartwick, Laurel Hodges, Aubrey Johnson, Cole Ritter, Wyatt Rude, and Caitlin Shakel. Our second heat of senior showmen should be making their way to the makeup arena. Hallie Scheller, Remington Smith, Henry Brogan, Graham Curtis, William Hoffmeister, Leo Klipsch, Brooke McMillan, Lainey Mendenhall, Maggie Morris, and River Musselman. First call for our final heat of senior showmanship is Xavier Arnold, John Crowder, Elizabeth Decker, Karina Hodges, Sam Hoffmeister, Jackson Ritter, McKenna Cleek, Lauren Happel, and Madison Shively. That's your first call.
Once again, guys, as we go to select our champions and our top 5, if you will, I'll find them here in just a second. But to this particular division, I think it's the water's really heating up, and I think they do some things better than others. I don't know if there's just an outright hammer that just pulls away from the rest of the crowd. I think the crowd is very, very good in this particular regard. I think there's different styles, different ways of showing. Again, we got some different sheep that need different things, and one thing you won't hear from me, I guess, in showmanship, I'll tell you what I like, and I'll tell you how I like it, but for sure, I'm not going to tell anybody to change their ways of what they're doing. There's a lot of people from the outside ring that have helped you for a lot longer than what I get the opportunity to work with you and do different things. But each and every one of you do some things a little bit different than the other, and I think that's a good thing. We get into a cookie cutter mode when it comes to showmanship, and it just seems like we're sitting there waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and I hate that. I mean, that's life, and that's when we get into this competitive of a field. That's kind of what happens. I'll show you the ones that I like, but if we could, let's give them a big round of applause as we select our top 5.
All right. Hope we can get this right. Our grand champion, intermediate showman went to Davy Scheller. Our reserve grand champion, intermediate showman, Ansley Mendenhall. Third place was Landon Glunt. Fourth place, Harper Macy. And our fifth place intermediate showman went to Francis Brennan. Congratulations. We're now showing our first of 3 heats for our senior showmanship. Our third heat should be making their way to the makeup arena. Xavier Arnold, John Crowder, Elizabeth Decker, Karina Hodges, Sam Hoffmeister, Jackson Ritter, McKenna Cleek, Lauren Happel, and Madison Shively. They are in our third heat. Our second heat, Hallie Scheller, Remington Smith, Henry Brogan, Graham Curtis, William Hoffmeister, Leo Klipsch, Brooklyn McMillan, Lainey Mendenhall, Maggie Morris, and River Musselman should be in the makeup arena.
Again, guys, if we could, let's give them a big round of applause. We'll go ahead and keep the three to my left here. And again, not to sound like a broken record, I think these three just get there a shot faster, a notch more smoother with their animal. Animal cooperates with them, and we get them into a silhouette that we're looking for today. But congratulations, each and every one of you.
Now bringing in our second heat of senior showmanship. And then we have one more after that, and then we'll go into our selection for our senior showmanship winner. If you're in our third heat of senior showmanship, you should be in the makeup arena. Third heat of senior showmanship should be in the makeup arena.
Again, guys, as we're working through these divisions, just the small things, feet placement, body placement in terms of the front of your animal, and just getting that neck extended. I think these four to my left do it just a shot quicker, a notch smoother in terms of their transitions and the rest. But if we could, let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations.
I'm going to bring in our third heat of senior showmanship. After this, we'll bring all of the ones selected back in to select our grand champion senior showman.
Just going to keep two out of this particular division. I think a pair of guys here that just got them set just a shot better. Feet and leg placement, as we were viewing them from the side, was squared up. Head and neck in conjunction were all put together. But again, one more time, let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll get into your class coming up.
Okay, we're going to be starting here in just a minute to bring in all of our senior showmen that have been selected through the heats to select our top 5 senior showmanship winners. We hope you'll join us tomorrow night at our Supreme Showmanship Show, where the winner of this today will represent the Sheep Barn. We'll come cheer them on. So I'd like to at this time thank our judge today, Dustin Pruitt. He's done a great job. Please give him a round of applause. So we'd like to thank today all of our ring help that have been here kind of keeping everything go smooth. I know I'll forget their names, so you've seen them out there all day, so let's give them all a great big round of applause. They've been great help keeping this show running nice and smooth. And we thank the Lord above for not giving us rain today.
Well, guys, as I pick up the mic, I think for the last time today, I just want to say thank you to the staff and everybody for having me, making the show run. If we could, let's give them a big round of applause. it's been really, really easy from my end, just sorting livestock and not having to, bust kids up and put them in different directions. So for me, and go to some of these, it doesn't run quite as smooth. So my hat's off to the staff and everybody behind the scenes, getting everybody put together. In terms of the showmen and the reason that we're here, these young people, outstanding group. There's really no losers. The only loser in this particular division is going to be the guy holding the mic. But it comes down again to just some small things, calm, cool, collected, putting things together. And we really preach at our house, 0 wasted movements. And I think there's a pair of them out here, or a trio, or 4 of them even out here that do things ultra smooth. They put things together. Their sheep cooperates with them. Obviously, you can see there's been a ton of time spent on each and every one of them, and that goes for everybody out here. I mean, you don't bring your worst showing one out to showmanship. I get it, but these things are dead broke. They haven't really moved a whole lot. These kids continue to work them. So if we could, one more time, give them a big round of applause. I'll find you 5.
Thank you all very much. I'd like to announce our grand champion senior showmanship. Winner is Lainey Mendenhall. The reserve grand champion is Jackson Ritter. Our 3rd place went to Eva Beckner. Our 4th place, Cole Ritter. And our 5th place senior showman went to Hallie Scheller. Thank you all for attending our sheep show today. And if you see Chad Hartwick, give him a pat on the back. He did a great job.
And we're not 100% done yet. So our youth exhibitor show will start at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Book says 4:30. So we'll start at 4:30. Sorry. The youth exhibitor show will start at 4:30. There are some youngsters who still need a sponsor. They are on the list in the corner of the sheep barn. So if you'd like to be a sponsor, please sign up. Sheep exhibitors. Thank you, and everybody have a great day.